within you. Success is assumed. Watch your time. Do not waste time. Mind must remain undeferred with source of fresh power from God. Analyze your failure and scout and benefits from experience. Konosu Matsushita, a spiritual philosophy in management in his book, Not for Bread Alone, is the reason of his great success. Steve Jobs, a college dropout, was working in Apple. He was dismissed by a new, very educated CEO who considered Steve as uneducated. As Steve had bedtime, he used to have his food at ISKCON every week, traveling 70, 80 kilometers. He had intuition and insight when he was in India. He was awakened, his insight and intuition was awakened by the spirituality. He was reappointed with due respect. He then devised Apple. He made Apple a 600 billion company. Mark Zuckerberg, who was just in India, co-founder of Facebook, said that he had a spiritual awakening in India. There too he had intuition and he developed the Facebook. He's just visiting India and at a young age he had developed the Facebook. To conclude, let us have tremendous faith in ourselves. In you is infinite power, unbounded wisdom, and indomitable energy. Rouse power in yourself by positive thought and positive prayers. You will have success after success. Have the bow of determination. Have the bow of determination. If you are not determined, you will not have the success. According to the New Testament, whatever things you desire, when you pray sincerely, believe that you have received them and you will have them. Let us affirm that I have divine power. Let us affirm I have divine power. I have infinite knowledge. I am success. I am success. Let us affirm. All the students are here. So all the students, it is very essential. They must affirm. Lord Harmana was not knowing of his inner power. He was reminded that he can fly. Then he crossed the ocean and went to Lanka. So you have the infinite power. So affirm, I am success. I have divine power. I have infinite knowledge. I am success. I am success. May God bless us and give in courage and endurance. Jai Bharat, Jai Vishwa, success to all, happiness to all. Jai Guru. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kanoria. Now, he has very nicely summarized that for the success, how we'll have to get control over the desire, and the way he has expressed that for our quest for life, how it should go. If any question is there from the audience, you may ask, please. If there is no other question, then I will request our co-chair, Dr. Sandeep Kumar, to introduce our second speaker, Dr. Mundra, and I'll ask your apology because I'll have to leave at 4 o'clock. There is a meeting. I know that I'm going to miss because I would have loved to listen to both the speakers and also take part in the interactions. But I'll request Dr. Kumar kindly conduct the next conversations. I'll be taking.
Our next speaker is Dr. Bithal Das Mundra, a humble social worker, an ardent advocate of literature, is the president of Bharati Vidya Mandir. Dr. Mundra is virtually an institution by himself and a great philanthropist. He was born in 1942 and he started his career as at the young age of 19 from various construction sites, dedicating more than 5 decades of untiring service to the industry with the fine blending of his vast technical knowledge and keen business acumen. Dr. Mundra has brought about basic research and development in foundation of geotechnical plant and machinery planning and management system, in-house development of ERP, introduction of new approach in training and development of construction workers and manpower. Dr. Mundra, an entrepreneur par excellence, is well known in the industrial fraternity as the chairman emeritus of Simplex Infrastructures Limited. In addition to developing time in pursuit of engineering endeavors, Dr. Mundra has made considerable contribution in the field of literature, modern science, and classical music. I request Dr. Mundra to please come and deliver his talk.
Professor Kumar, Professor Sharma, Dr. Kanoria, and the scholars and August gathering, the audience, and some of my young friends here. Actually, in this August gathering, where such erudite speakers are there, I can't add much on the academic side, or even those who are such knowledgeable people, yogis. I cannot talk much about the insight also. As it is, my language is limited. I have been, as Professor Kumar said, a man of field. I started my life with the workers, doing work with my own hand. And over all these years, from workers and then supervisors and engineers, and moved around the country because my job took me everywhere. In the meanwhile, by grace of God and Guru Kripa, I came across some people who guided me, who kindled a taste for literature, and the sanskar which I got from my grandfather, grandmother about our religion, our faith, our way of life, our beliefs. That led me to some inner search sometime. By family tradition, I am Vaishnava. By profession, I am a construction engineer.
how I came into the education there is a small story. One day when I was in Madras and our new office was getting inaugurated, and I saw some old worker, a very old worker. He may have been, it is about 10 years before, 8 or 9 years before, and he was around 85 or 90. I recognized him because I worked with him. We hugged each other. And I remember the way he taught me. And I remember the way some of my seniors taught me, and the love and affection which I received. I did not have any formal education in any engineering college, but it was love and affection of my seniors, and by that I read some engineering books. So what I mean to say that in those days, the life used to be different. We used to learn in different way. Today, see the situation today. We have nearly, I am talking about construction line, we have nearly 3.5 to 4 crore people employed in it. And 85% of them are workers. Naturally, there are a lot of engineers. There are 3,300, about 3,500 engineering colleges churning out so many engineers and overseers, and there are so many people of other professions. But tell me, sir, is there any college for supervisors? I didn't come across. Is there any school for workers? That also I have not come across. So what used to happen in India? That it was a Guru Shishya Parampara. Or father used to give the training to his son. Now, father giving training to his son, that has gradually vanished. And Guru Shishya Parampara also, that the amount of time these a young person used to learn the art, that also used to take a lot of time. And the engineering education is now being given in a capsule form. Please don't mind my saying so, well, what I have seen. I am not talking about IIT, but what I have seen in a large number of engineering colleges all over the country. So then what happens? Jnana alag, kriya bhin. And that kriya was also not properly directed, not with heart, not with feeling, whereas it used to be different. In my young age, work used to be worship, and our project site used to be as sacred as temple. Before entering the project office, we used to do pranam, take the dust of the doorstep to our head. That spirituality which was there, or that feeling which was there, that has gone. The fellow feeling which was there, that has gone. So naturally, we are finding a lot of strife, lot of imperfect work, and dissatisfied, disillusioned young people in our country, and many of them are not getting even any employment. So to solve these problems, we thought that first we have to train our supervisors, because there is no school for them, and in turn train the workers. So when we started that, we felt that there are so many workers, thousands and thousands and lakhs, who will train them. So we decided that the supervisors will train them. And then who will train the supervisors? Where from we will get so many colleges and schools? So we decided that they will be trained by the engineers. Now the benefit was that we established a Guru Shishya Parampara. We established a Guru Shishya Parampara which we inherited from our ancestors. And when that Guru Shishya Parampara started there, then those who were working in the class or getting training, they became colleagues, and they had much better level of understanding. As we all of us remember our school day friends. So at workplace, we developed a much more harmonious team. And by Guru Shishya Parampara, the supervisors developed respect for engineers, and the engineers developed affection for the supervisors. And similarly, that happened with the workers. When supervisors or foremen started training the workers, then they developed affection for each other. We noticed few things more. We found that on construction projects in the evening, the workers have habit of drinking, quarreling, indulging in low-grade activities. Inside the work spot, they were fighting with each other. So we thought that it is better that we give them some education towards the attitude. When I talked to my people in HR, then they said that, sir, we have to give some attitudinal training. Okay. Now, borrowed system of attitudinal training from other countries probably was not going to suit it to our culture. We had to get into their heart. So we thought that this country is having its root in the spirituality, so let us start with spiritual training. And so at the project sites, where our training camps are, we started spiritual training and learning also. We start with morning prayers. Ya kundendu tusara hara dhaula, ya subra vastravrata, ya veena kardanda manditkara, ya shvet padmasana. With this prayer to Ma Saraswati Bhagavati. And then pranam to all elders. But before that, they have done yoga in the morning. All the workers and all the supervisors have done yoga and pranayam. And they all had breakfast. And before the breakfast, they have done prayers too. And after praying to Bhagavati, they touch the feet of elders and then they worship the tools. And when it was imbibed in them that this is a place of worship, so keep it clean. So we are finding that there is very little litter where they are working. And with spirituality, when we told them that the soul in you and soul in him is one and the same, and that soul is connected. They felt that at the work spot, we are developing a consensus, sort of a common field. One student told me, sir, we feel as if we are in the same magnetic field. I said, very good. And they felt that we are on the same wavelength. We talk, people having same wavelength. But what this wavelength is, I could not understand what this wavelength is from brain or mind. Well, we have scholars sitting before me, but probably they can answer that what is this brain wave or wavelength. But if it is a wavelength, and if it is same, and if that wave is of same amplitude and frequency, then I am sure the amplitude is going to rise. And if the amplitude goes up, then the performance goes up. The achievement goes up. And this is what we found. Friends, we found that the performance went up by 2 to 3 times. Say a worker was producing 2 units a day, he started producing 5 or 6. My colleagues here are sitting. And the engineers who had come from various engineering colleges, we asked them that what you are going to do. First they said, we are engineers. I said, well, go ahead, do the work. And when they found that they could not perform, then they made the old workers as their guru. They forgot what their degree is. And they started paying respect to him. That is Guru Shishya Parampara. And this is what we brought from our scriptures. Now, I do not know what spirituality is. But this is what we experienced. We experience a serenity, a happiness, a pleasure when I go to those boys. And when I go to their huts and share some food with them, I find a happiness on their face. And I think my colleagues sitting here, they will also confirm that the habit of drinking has gone down, and the quarrel which they used to have, that has also gone down. So if we want to take our country forward, we have to bring in a holistic education. That holistic education, I felt, or we felt, that it cannot be given in palaces. Friends, Gyan in this country went from huts to palaces. It has not descended from palaces to huts. So, this is what we have been doing. And to do that, we use certain books. I used a book by my father titled Sukhi Jeevan or Happy Life, and they read, all of them read that. And after reading that, there were so many quotes from Gita and Bhagavad also in that. They started asking us, sir, can we get commentaries on Gita and commentaries on Bhagavatam? I think someday our Swamijis will also like to go and share with them some ideas and thoughts. Because although they are, many times they are sitting with the scholars, but spend some time with the workers. You will get pleasure. So this is what our journey has been. A congenial, a homogeneous atmosphere, a productive atmosphere. I don't know how the college age can bring that in whatever activity they are doing. But certainly, the students from the college age, they can go and mix with the workers and find out what the life is about and what they are going to face. Nearly 15,000 workers have been trained. About 2,500 supervisors have been trained. And I think 600 or 700 engineers have been trained in this tradition. When they go home, they pray to God, they are respectful towards parents. And one thing more I noticed, they have gleam in their eyes for the bright future. And to me, at this age of plus 70, that is the biggest reward. This is the effort of last 2-3 years. This is a new experiment in education or training. We are not calling it education, we are not calling it training, we are calling it development, traveling together, sangat sadhvam, sambadadhvam. With that spirit, we are passing through the journey of our life. If you have any questions, I am not going to elaborate it more. I think I have talked enough. But several questions which are still playing in my mind, which probably some of the physicists and scholars can answer, that what is this brain wave and resonance in that, and what is this common field or consensus where physics fits into it, or is there a science of consciousness too? If you have, then please let us know, and this is the Institute of Technology, then we want a technology of consciousness for betterment of millions and millions of Indians and people in the world. Please give us. Thank you very much. And I am very thankful to the organizers, Bhaktivedanta Institute and IIT. It is always a pleasure to come and discuss with you and meet all of you and have prasad. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mundra, for sharing his experience with the workers. He is doing great job in imparting knowledge to the workers, which is very rare and very, very important. Now invite Dr. P.B. Sharma. He is a well-known figure to us, and we all feel very energetic when we see him. We have attended many of his lectures. So still, I will, to the new people, I'll give his very brief introduction. Dr. P.B. Sharma is a reputed academician, currently Vice Chancellor of MIT University, Gurgaon. Professor Sharma is former Vice Chancellor of Delhi Technological University, formerly Delhi College of Engineering. He is a former professor of IIT Delhi, Founder Vice Chancellor of Rajiv Gandhi Technology University, former President of Engineering Science Division of Indian Science Congress, former Chairman of Indian Society of Mechanical Engineers and Vice Chairman of World Confederation of Productivity Science India section, a doctorate from University of Birmingham, UK. During his professional career spanning as 45 years, Professor Sharma has made distinguished contribution to the advancement of frontiers of knowledge in the areas of aero engineering technology, power plant engineering, new and renewable energy resources, and knowledge and innovation management. Professor Sharma has guided 17 PhD and has published around 226 research papers. In addition to providing industrial consultancy to the renowned organizations including GTRE and Rolls-Royce of UK. Recipient of many awards and recognitions, Professor Sharma has been conferred with the honorary degree of Doctorate of Engineering by his alma mater University of Birmingham at the annual Congress congregation held on 3rd July 2013. Professor Sharma has been awarded the by Institution of Industrial Engineering. Professor Sharma is a fellow of World Academy of Productivity Science, fellow of Institution of Engineers, fellow of Aeronautical Society of India, and also a fellow of IST. He has been the chairman of Central Counseling Board of MHRD and also an expert member of Central Advisory Board of Education, CAB, of Government of India. Professor Sharma is a man of vision, an institution builder, a breakthrough leader with the leadership qualities, and is firmly committed to the foster the synergy between science and spirituality. I request Dr. P.V. Sharma to deliver his talk. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished speakers of the session, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you to seek an apology for a very long-winded introduction, which has been read out for me. I hope you would pardon me for this. But I stand before you to pay my reverence to Swami Dr. T.D. Singh Ji, to the founder of ISKCON, Bhaktivedanta Swami Ji, and to the founders of Bhaktivedanta Institute, who have introduced me to the realm of science and spirituality. People like me who belong to the area of science and engineering often tend to think that science can do everything. Science can solve the problem of hunger, problem of poverty, create employment in plenty, could create happiness all around, and could do everything possible for the vast humanity around. This is what the science believes. This is the statement I am quoting of the first Prime Minister of India, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, when he put up the resolution before the Science Congress in 1938. But ladies and gentlemen, science alone cannot achieve such a noble goal of eradicating poverty, creating employment in plenty, wiping out hunger from the face of Mother Earth, and connecting human beings to the infinite bliss of happiness of the divinity. This cannot be done by science alone. Had it been so simple, by this time we would have mopped out poverty from the face of Mother Earth, would have created millions and billions of employment for our people as well as people around the world, and would have created a world free of disease, free from misery and suffering. What you require, of course, that the scientists should understand that science is to be pursued with a clear-cut understanding that science is a means to attain the objective, not just the end in itself. And it is here you require an additional dimension, and that dimension is called the dimension of spirituality. My own judgment is that our forefathers, the descendants we are of the Vedic civilization, they understood this right from the beginning, from the dawns of the civilization in this country. And that is why the great rishis and munis, the sages and seers of the Vedic time, they looked like sannyasis, looked like sages and saints with long hair, beautiful face, but they were the scientists par excellence of their time. And had it not been so, my friend, I ask you, how could it be that Vishwamitra could translate and transfer the secret codes of the lethal weapons for the warfare to Lord Rama by asking him to come and sit at a distance of 18 inch just in front of him, and through a Bluetooth mind to mind connectivity of the kind which we now understand better for connecting one device with another, at that time transferring all the secret codes from the mind of Vishwamitra ji to the mind of Lord Rama, because they knew that even if there is no one present here who could listen to these codes, microbes are all around. They are not visible. They are like aerosol particles, several times smaller than even the nanometer size. They may have their ears, they may have their eyes, they may be sending the live telecast of what is being transmitted between Vishwamitra and Lord Rama. That was the capability of the kind in the seers and sages of that time that made India so great, that the wonder that was India was, of course, adorned by the people throughout the world. We were one of the mightiest nations at that time. Even GDP, as it's now known, was of the order of 26% of the whole world. We were a country populated by many people, as we are today in terms of the world population, and yet we were sending to the whole of the world not just merely jnana and yoga and meditation, but in fact franchise and goods and refined knowledge of science and engineering, which was making the whole world to say that India and Indian civilization is in fact the abode and the cradle of civilization for the humanity. This was, of course, the basis as I have understood. And that is why I thought that when I speak to you here at this very important conference on science and spiritual quest, let me take you to a journey of what I call India, a spiritual civilization. India, not just yet another country. India, not just yet another civilization, but a spiritual civilization in its core, in its practice, and its manifestation. I'm also very fortunate to say that I've been associated with the Science and Spiritual Quest from the very first AIISQ conference, which was held in 2005 in Vrindavan. In fact, this is a photograph of 2005. Swami T.D. Singh ji somehow rather thought of me and he said, "You must come and inaugurate this conference." I said, "I'm a very small fry inaugurating a conference on science and spirituality. How could you say this, sir?" He said, "No, no, 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 you will have to come." So I went there along with my son. And of course, the very first conference, AIISQ in 2005, was so inspiring for me that I got attached to this movement with head, heart, as well as with my soul. And therefore, this is, of course, uh, an opportunity for me to remind you what Sri Aurobindo has said. Spirituality is the master key of the Indian mind. The sense of the infinite is native to it. And that is why when Mr. Varun Agrawalji was presenting the scientific thoughts and ideas, sitting there intuitively, my intuitive mathematics was working. My faculty of intuition was working to connect almost everything which was being presented here with the dimension of infinite, the dimension of divinity with which we perceive, in fact, the Indian thought. Spirituality, the master key of the Indian mind, the sense of infinite is native to it. India's central conception is that of eternal. The spirit here, encased in matter, involved and emanate in it, and evolving on the material plane by birth, rebirth, and the journey continues. Its social system is built upon this conception. Her philosophy formulates it. Her religion is an aspiration to the spiritual consciousness. Her art and literature have the same upward look. Her whole dharma, or the law of being is founded upon it, said Sri Aurobindo in the Foundations of Indian Culture in the very first opening remarks about India's civilization. Ladies and gentlemen, it is here in India, despite being in science, when I consider matter, I do not consider matter and energy to be two separate entities. For me, energy is matter, and matter could be translated back into energy. This is how God Almighty Himself is working in this world. What you see is energy all around, and suddenly you find energy gets converted into matter. In science, we understand these principles, how carbon is fixed in the leaves, how biological iron is created, how, in fact, all materials which we know in our periodic table are created. So the difference between matter and energy is alien to an Indian mind. And it was primarily because we never thought that what exists here could be separated into two dimensions totally disconnected with another. In fact, we have examples in our literature whereby Lord Rama goes to the hermitage of Sasrang Rishi. Sasrang Rishi says, "Sir, very kind of you. I was just waiting for your darshan." Lord Rama says, "It's not just for darshan. I have come here to capture the glimpses of wisdom of divinity which you possess, sir. I want to capture your blessings for science and spirituality because I'm going for a much bigger cause." Then Sasrang Rishi says, "Thank you, sir. My time has come and I go." And he disappears from there, not just leaving the body behind, which Varun Agarwalji would dispose of somewhere, but with his entire body. He goes to the heavens, transforming his entire body into energy, into flame. And that flame goes actually as a Divya Jyoti. This is the level to which, in fact, we have been we have conceived the existence of matter and energy, that matter can be translated into energy, energy can be translated into matter. Unfortunately, our current level of understanding of physics, mathematics, and chemistry, and even biology is such that we are realizing that matter can be translated into energy, but to convert energy into matter, we are just beginning to learn now. In fact, the new science, which I believe will emerge from here now onward, will decode the secret of how energy can be translated back into matter. In that case, I will disappear from here without the need of an aeroplane, go back to Delhi and appear in the office of the Vice Chancellor of Amity University, where I am currently, without the use of aeroplane or vehicles and polluting environment and causing untold suffering to the people. But that's the level to which science has to go to. And this is the level of which the glimpses we find in our Vedic literature, which of course is not merely a fantasy, not just a thinking. You all know that even at the time of in the Mahabharata period, Kunti, not Kunti, sorry, Gandhari has given birth to 100 children. How could 100 sons be born out of Gandhari without the use of stem cell technology which we understand today? And this is the story is very well documented, in fact, in the literature. And if you care to read it correctly and decipher each word of it, you would understand how stem cells were removed from the Garv Nal, and then 100 of them were decorated on piece of palm leaves or whatever. And of course, Ved Vyasa, who was the great biological scientist of that time, knew how the life is to be created using the stem cell from the mother's womb, and translated them into tailor-made human beings of the kind which Kaurva in fact became. Of course, they posed a major threat to the existence of mankind. We know Lord Vyasa perhaps did not realize that what he is trying to do would ultimately end up into something so disastrous. And that is why, as a countermeasure, he produced even the 5 sons of Kunti as tailor-made human beings who would be able to resist the power and might of the Kauravas and re-establish righteousness in the company of Lord Krishna, of course, without which it was not possible. I'm telling you all this merely to inspire you to think that the current level of science which we have is not sufficient to comprehend the dimension of science which our forefathers have conceived, comprehended, and even practiced in the spiritual civilization that India was. And that is the reason why often in India we feel that we have a long way to go, and we are moving in that direction, surely with a lot of courage and confidence now that we have understood that the human being are not the supreme entities as we have been talking about for a very long time. Now the microbial kingdom has suddenly become so damn powerful that we have begun to acknowledge their existence, even though that is not visible. As I say that in this hall, you have aerosol particles, many of them may be microbes, invisible totally, and yet they can overpower each one of us. This is how, in fact, the microbial kingdom dictates itself on all creation which we have, whether human kingdom, whether it is plant kingdom, whether it is animal kingdom, and so on. So a new dimension is beginning to emerge, and all sciences, in my view, will work together to create what we call integrative science, and all engineering will work together to create interdisciplinary engineering, and combination of science and engineering together would be able to comprehend that secret of nature through the science of nature and engineering of the kind which is yet to be seen. Having said this, let me quickly go to the next verse, next one there. This one here. This, okay. That one. Next one. This one. You better do it from here. Okay. Progress, he admits, but this is spiritual progress, not the externally self-unfolding progress of an always more and more prosperous and efficient material civilization. India as a spiritual civilization always paid heavy attention to the, the spiritual basis of the middle. Which one? Middle one. Okay. In the Bhagavad Gita is the greatest gospel of spiritual work ever given to the race, says Sri Aurobindo. In my opinion, Bhagavad Gita is the spirituality in action. Spirituality in action. That is what Dr. Mundra was trying to say, how spirituality could be relevant in all walks of life, and you could see that spirituality in action in Bhagavad Gita. Spirituality is the core of Indian civilization. The minute you remove spirituality from the core of Indian civilization, it becomes like any other civilization. That's in fact is the master key I thought I must put before you. Um, Vedas, in fact, are the foundation of our spiritual civilization. Let you make no mistake that by spirituality, I do not mean that you would practice this and the other person does not practice, he is not spiritual. Spirituality to me is a hotline of connectivity between you and the God Almighty. And this hotline of connectivity could exist even for a plant outside, for an animal, for a creature. Anyone could have hotline of connectivity with God Almighty. Spirituality, in fact, creates that vital connect between the man and divine. And that is how we have perceived spirituality to be. The spiritual civilization of India finds its roots in the Vedas, the ancient sacred text that contain the profound wisdom of the Vedic seers and sages who saw eternity in otherwise perishable material existence. For them, the eternal character of the materially existing perishable matter was in fact very important. They recognized the concept of Purna as being the basis for the entire creation, and even chanted in the earliest of the Upanishads of the Rig Veda, Om Purnamadaha Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamevaya Purnameva Vashishyate. When Mr. Varun Agrawalji was talking of 0 and 1, I wanted to chant this mantra, but I thought I must reserve it when the time comes here. So, in fact, the concept of Purna was conceived by the Vedic seers right at the beginning of the civilization, not at the end of the civilization, right in the beginning of the civilization. Everything comes from the Purna. It is Purna while it is existing. If it is Purna as it is now in Professor P.B. Sharma, how could Professor P.B. Sharma be conceived as perishable? So eternal nature of existence was derived from the fact that it is the Purna which manifests itself into Purna, remains as Purna and goes back to Purna. This is how, in fact, the concept of eternity was perceived at that time. They also said that the view of life is not just related to only our planet. Look at the slok. I say, Isha Vash Vedam Sarvam Yat Kintat Jagatyam Jagat, which means beyond this Jagat which you know, even beyond this universe, if there is another universe, there also, Isha Vash Vedam Sarvam Yat Kinchat Jagatyam Jagat, and therefore the cosmic view of life was very much perceived right in the beginning at that time, they were not merely looking at life as it exists on planet Mother Earth. Ten tak ten vanji tha magrda kas shuddha nam. Swami Vivekananda, of course, has very eloquently said that each soul is potentially divine and the purpose of life is to manifest the divinity within. My dear friend, how could I be potentially divine without, in fact, being the manifestation of divinity myself? The question is, how do you use this potential and manifest in a manner that you would be able to proclaim Aham Brahmo Ashmi as has been proclaimed by the Vedic seers in the Upanishadic time? And they had, in fact, given you in our literature the entire way of life which you have to pursue to rise to that level. I can say I am Brahmasmi, and you could knock me down from one side, I'll fall on the on the stage. So if I have to rise to that level and manifest the divine potential in me, you can hit me from all the sides, and I will not be moved even by a nanometer. This is what manifestation of divinity means. And I've seen in my life when I was, in fact, a child in my own town of Vidisha, a fellow just lie down on the road. He said, "You can move a truck on top of me." We were all scared. The fellow will be crushed to pieces. The truck loaded with bricks and everything goes like this. And it comes back and smiles and say, Hare Krishna, do what you like. So, but to go to that level where you develop the capabilities by which you are in a position to work as divinity, exhibit that divinity within in a manner that nothing can destroy you, you need to go through several practices of taking your material body to the level of the divine existence. And this is how, in fact, the entire yoga and meditation and entire pathways of spirituality were spelled out. It requires, of course, a heavy emphasis on Swadharma. The forces of nature were, of course, considered very important. And right in the beginning, we find that the forces of nature have been identified as the cardinal principles on which the God's power works in this country. This, of course, gave rise to the Panchatattva of creation, which we later on began to understand much more clearly. Chitjal, Pavak, Gagan, Samira, these five vital elements, of course, find their derivation from the earlier focus on our forces of nature. Atman has been considered to be a great unifying force to discover the vital unity in diversity. Why should you and I be the sons and daughters of God? It's primarily because there is a commonality and that unifying force was identified right in the beginning. And through this unifying force, a connect was established with the divinity, and Atman therefore formed the central conception on which the concept of eternity was mounted. The eternity of the Atman was the basis for the law of karma. Why should I do good for you? Why should I do good for larger collective good of the humanity? It's primarily because of the Atmita, because the commonality of Atma, that I dare not cause harm to anyone else. And it is this, in fact, which led to the rise of our spiritual civilization to the pinnacles of glory. The entire basis of dharma, of course, was the Atmiyata. Atmiyata is very, very important, but it requires self-discipline as well as Swadharma to be, in fact, practiced in all your work philosophy, so that you are in a position to do what they call parhit, nothing else. In fact, this Atma Sanyam, self-discipline, is the most important one. Our current generation of student community, I think, must understand this. We were reminded about this when we were students. Sanskaras were transplanted in us that Atma Sanyam, self-discipline, should in fact become the basis for your cultivation of education, knowledge, and take that knowledge to the levels of capability so that you are in a position to go. Swadharmo Nidhanam Shrestha Pardharmo Vayavaya does not mean that I am a Hindu and I will negate all other religions. What it really means that Swadharma, Shwa means Shwas. So if I am able to listen to my inner voice and work accordingly, that is Swadharma. This is what the Bhagavad Gita really says. We got emphasis on purity, of course, was part and parcel of the spiritual civilization of India, and that is why tremendous emphasis on purity, purity of mind, purity of thought, purity of actions. Everywhere purity was emphasized, including the purity of the food which you eat and purity of the surrounding and your service to environment and Mother Earth. All that was part of purity. But look at the integration of jnana and vijnana in our spiritual civilization. In fact, there are three very important words in our Vedic literature. One is called jnana, another one is called vijnana, and the third one is called pragyana. And jnana and vijnana are echoed several times. You go from Vedas right down to the Puranas, and you find that jnana and vijnana have been emphasized as clearly as possible. In fact, in Bhagavad Gita, it clearly says, Nahi jnanen sadrasham pavitra mahi vidyati. There is nothing pure and pious than knowledge. But it also says that jnana vijnana samahita yaj gyatya sabhimukhyate. Integration of knowledge and what you call vijnana, the science is very, very important. In fact, vijnana, the science has been given the highest level of recognition in our country in the hierarchy of knowledge for attainment of Brahman. In Tetri Upanishad, it says, Vijnanam yagyam tantu, karmani yagyam tantu api. Vijnanam deva sarve. Vijnanam deva sarve. Vijnan is the dev of the devas. Brahma Pasate. In the hierarchy of Brahma Vidya, it is at the highest level. And what else? It says Vijnanam Brahma. So you can see the emphasis which was laid on integration of science and knowledge so well in our literature, and that allowed our scientists not to delink their science from spirituality. Harmony between mind, spirit, and body, of course, was very well emphasized, and without this harmony, you could be nowhere. Natural harmony between spirit, mind, and body that has been central to India's spiritual civilization of its social, religious, economic, and political governance system that made India the star of the East and helped its people to realize and visualize eternity while in earthly existence. I am Atma Brahman, Aham Brahmasmi, as proclaimed by the Vedic Upanishads. Spirituality was the basis of governance in India. King was not supposed to be merely a person who can win somebody else's territory. He was supposed to be the protector of dharma, who himself will practice dharma and will ensure that dharma is practiced by one and all under his domain. What we see here is the loss of values in the society, primarily because we thought that the governance is merely to boss around and to tell them that I am a VIP, my red light car must move fast, but we don't recognize and realize that the very purpose of being in seat of power is to ensure that you are in a position to govern with Atmita and govern with the dharma which you will yourself practice. This is Atmita, in fact, by the key. So long as Atmita was the key, the business also flourished in India like anything. If I'm making jalebis and I am a mithai wala, if I do with this with Atmita, I will certainly I will be a rich man. But those who are taking my sweets would also say, Haldiram, he must live for 100 years or more because he is giving good quality sweets. So Atmita in business creates that vital connect between you and the people whom you serve with affinity and Atmita. You do the business and also at the same time tremendous service to the society. We lost Atmita now and we are paying a very heavy price in our society today. Concluding remarks, ladies and gentlemen, India's spiritual civilization was unique gift to the mankind, in my opinion. It has made India feel proud, it made Indians feel proud, it made the whole mankind feel proud. It gave to the mankind jewels of wisdom in the form of numerals, in the form of higher level of mathematics, high level of science and technology, and tremendous amount of bliss by which human society could survive for millions of years without the damage of the kind to the environment which we currently see. But today it's ironical that despite unprecedented rise of prosperity during the 21st century, during the past 24 years after the post-liberalization era, India and Indian society remains plagued with evils of corruption, adulteration, and loss of morality in human behavior, trade, and business all around. This is primarily because of the disconnect between spirituality and, of course, the human behavior. It makes me feel wonder as how we are tolerating adulteration of milk and milk product in a country despite the fact that we are the largest producer of milk in the world. And no scientist of the country is returning its award or raising a protest or saying that मैं भुजा उठा करके प्रण करता हूं कि मैं मेरे देश में मिल्क का अडल्ट्रेशन नहीं होने दूंगा, ऐसा कहने वाले साइंटिस्ट का. Where are the scientists who would really take that kind of solemn vow and ensure that the regulations of the kind which are required, the standards of the kind which we require are brought into the picture, and allowing unabated use of pesticides and in cultivation of vegetables. People are injecting even in the vegetables which I eat. I was thinking vegetable food is the very best, but I'm scared now looking at the way it is being cultivated even in the rural village areas. These are the issues, my friend. These are primarily because India, which was a spiritual civilization, unfortunately has become a material civilization. And once you become a material civilization, you will care for no one, including God Almighty. So my prayer to you is that this is the right time to reinstate the Vedic philosophy of strict adherence to truth, non-violence, atmita, dignity of life, purity of thoughts and actions is now. The time to act is now, or else we shall lose the golden opportunity of revitalizing Indian society forever, and we lose the opportunity of providing to the world the hope for a harmonious living, a peaceful society, a society free from disease, a society where the spirituality will be seen as working in all walks of life. That tremendous opportunity exists today. I thought with this, I must thank you very much. Hare Krishna to each one of you.
Thank you, Professor Sharma. We all trying to bring the Vedic civilization in India, and this is a we'll love to keep on hearing you, but time constraints is there, and we'll finish. If anybody has any question, he can ask personally. You- Okay, we can take one question. Yeah, please. If-
That spirituality is not for preaching, spirituality is for practice. In fact, spirituality is not for preaching. You don't have to preach spirituality. Spirituality is to be practiced, and it has to be practiced by one and all, whether you are a child or you are a vice chancellor, or for that reason, even the president of the country. Everybody has to practice spirituality. Spirituality is for practice, and it does not require long discussions or presentations. One could practice spirituality in all walks of life, wherever you are. For example, if I am a teacher in the classroom in IIT Kharagpur, I will teach not just because I am an employee of IIT Kharagpur. I'll teach because I possess knowledge which I want to transmit to my students, inspire them to think beyond my own limits of knowledge, and work with them even beyond my classrooms, sacrifice personal time for them, and create that junoon that out of my class there must be a few disciples who will rise to the level where they would say, what a great man of wisdom has been created by the institution. It is this spirituality. If you are a student, you are not there merely to note down what your teachers are teaching you. You are there all the time connecting to God Almighty to capture new thoughts while the discussion is going on in the classroom. Same applies to the workplace wherever you are. So spirituality is really for practice. Unfortunately, we made it spirituality for preaching, and that is where we have gone wrong. So now I think the emphasis of science and spiritual quest must be how do we bring in spirituality for practice? Uh, Without preaching, how practice? Really speaking, yeah, yeah, but by preaching, what I really meant by preaching was that if you simply preach and don't practice, that's no good. That's no good. But as far as preaching is concerned, of course, you will have to learn. You will have to go somewhere. You will have to learn yoga before you start doing it in the right way. But it has to be practiced. Suppose I have attended all lectures of yoga, but if I don't practice yoga, it is of no good. So definitely, yeah. Mere mere practice would not serve. You have to practice. Without practice, spirituality has no meaning. If I don't practice, how could I lie down and allow a truck to move on my body and say I'm still smiling? You have to practice, in fact, spirituality to come to that level of capability. To before you could give the challenge that I'm Brahmasmi.
There is nothing wrong in spirituality. The wrong is in intention. Okay, so we have to see the intention. We should not accuse the spirituality term. Okay, the fundamentals are fundamentals and they are right. The spirituality, we have to understand its fundamental. The wrong is the intention. Okay, so we'll stop here. Okay.
Uh, Now I'll request Dr. Sandeep Kumar to please present the mementos to the speakers. Uh, Dr. B.D. Mundra, Dr. H.P. Kanoria, Professor P.V. Sharma. Now I will request to Dr. Debashish Khan from IIT BHU to kindly present memento to our session chair.
So, so tomorrow evening we have the Vedic India quiz competition. So today at 6 o'clock we have the screening test. So for that, please register at the book counter and come for the screening test to the Maitri Seminar Hall at 6 o'clock. And for each team, there has to be 3 team members, and you have to write also the screening test as a team. So this is the last and final call. Tomorrow we will not be able to entertain anyone coming to participate in the quiz and the right at the competition.
Now we will have a 10 minutes break for refreshment, and again we will meet in 3 parallel auditoriums for the parallel sessions. And the first session will be held in this same auditorium. The second will be at Gargi Auditorium, and the third one at Mathid Auditorium. Thank you so much.
কি করে লাগাবে
Professor Ramgopal.
Good evening. Uh, so this session is one of the parallel sessions. Let me use the. So this is one of the parallel sessions that is scheduled now. And this session we will be listening to the views of the first three prize winners of the All India Essay competition that was held for the AISSQ. So the topic was for the essay competition. All of you might be aware in the AISSQ conference every year we have an essay competition. So this year the essay competition topic is contribution of ancient India to science. Uh, so now I present to you all the three prize winners. Rishika Behra, Bits Pilani, third prize. Please come on the dais. Abhishek Deshpande from Mahatma Phule Agricultural University, Maharashtra. Second prize winner. Please come on the dais. And Arokia Raj, Pratiksha Major Seminary, New Delhi. Please come on the dais. This first prize winner. So first, I request Rishika to present her views. You have been given a time span of 15 minutes, followed with 5 minutes for question answers. We'll take the question answers for all the speakers in the last. So, Rishika, please go ahead. So I'll just read a short biography of Rishika. Rishika is currently a final year BE student in electronics and electrical engineering at BITS Pilani. While her main interest is in the field of electronics, she has recently developed an amateur level interest in the history of science. In the recent past, she worked on a self-study assignment based on the scientific revolution for a course entitled Main Currents of Modern History at her college. In the near future, she plans to pursue a vibrant research career in the field of electronics. So the title of Rishika's presentation is Contributions of Ancient India to Science, Ayurveda and Yoga. Yes, Rishika.
A warm afternoon to everyone present here. I am Rishika Behra. I'm currently pursuing my BE honors at BITS Pilani, and I'm here to present my ideas on the topic of the essay competition, which is contributions of ancient India to science in the field of Ayurveda and yoga. So, before proceeding, I would like to quote Dr. Albert Einstein. The more I learn, the more I realize how much I don't know. In the course of writing this essay, during my research for this essay, I realized in trying to unveil the secrets of Ayurveda and yoga, how much there is to learn. I mean, even with the minute research that I have done, I could realize that the field of India's greatness in the domain of ancient science is huge. And probably that is why, centuries before Einstein, our ancient seers gave us this thought, Vidya Dadati Vinayam. The mark of true education is humility. And therefore, I stand here with all humility to present my ideas. And I would humbly acknowledge that I have a very preliminary idea in this field, and I am indeed honored to present my ideas before an audience which is very accomplished in terms of knowledge, experience, and education. Thank you all. So, proceeding, healing. When we were kids, we were taught about the adventures or the experiences of early man. We were taught about fire. We were taught about how he started sowing seeds and cultivating crops, and how he invented the wheel. But probably in all this, we were never taught about healing. But I too believe when he rubbed two stones against each other, or when he hunted animals, he would have injured himself. And in that practice, he would have uh, found uh, found out about healing as a rudimentary exercise. And this rudimentary exercise was later developed into a sophisticated science which encompassed diagnosis, treatment, and prognosis of ailments. And this can be found in the ancient tablets and the scriptures of many ancient civilizations. For instance, the Egyptian civilization, the Mesopotamian civilization, Chinese civilization, and the Indian civilization. And in this presentation, I'll mostly talk about the Indian civilization in the field, and we'll be talking about the field of Ayurveda first, and moving on to yoga after that. So, Ayurveda is formed out of two words, Ayush and Vidya. So Ayush translates to age or life, and Vidya is knowledge. So Ayurveda is the science of life with a primary aim to prolong human life and prevent diseases. Ayurveda was formed with the purpose of uh, increasing the longevity of life, and only with a secondary focus of curing disease. And probably before we learned prevention is better than cure, this this idea was used by our ancient scholars. So the origins of Ayurveda can be dated back to the Rig Veda and Atharva Veda, which date back to the second millennium BC. And here I will be talking about the two major treatises of Ayurveda, which is Charaka Samhita and Sushruta Samhita. But before moving on to these specific texts, let's first talk about a few general features of Ayurveda. Like I told you, Ayurveda is formed with the basic principle of prevention is better than cure. And that is why the primary aim of Ayurveda is prolonging a disease free life and preventing senility, that is, old age. So, according to Ayurveda, the cause of diseases or maladies is tridosha, which is an imbalance between Vayu, Kapha, and Pitta. And the way to cure these maladies is to re-establish the equilibrium between these three elements. And not only that, during an Ayurvedic treatment, the Vaidyas also try to restore um, the normal health of the person, which also improves their health in general, not just the treatment of the disease. In Ayurveda, also we have this Guru Shishya Parampara. I think one of the previous speakers also spoke about Guru Shishya Parampara and how that helped in his firm and in training his employees. So in Ayurveda also there's a very strict and arduous process of training where the Shishyas are supposed to stay with their gurus and receive training, and only after years of practice can they practice this as a profession. There's also a spiritual side of Ayurveda, which is consistent with the Indian philosophy. And this is the unison of the Atma with the Paramatma. The main aim of Ayurveda, which is prevention of diseases and improving human life, is to uh, supplement this aim so that only a healthy and disease-free body can pursue this journey of unison with the Paramatma. Moving on. Oh, crap. So let's talk about the specific texts, which is Charaka Samhita and Sushruta Samhita. So firstly, these two texts were written in the early centuries of CE. We're not very sure about the exact time these were written, but tentatively this is what scholars have agreed upon. So the highlights of Shushruta Samhita are surgical techniques, whereas the highlights of Charaka Samhita are mainly uh, treatments using natural sources, which include plants, animals, and minerals. So in both of these texts, we can see a large number of drugs from these natural sources have been used to cure a variety of diseases, including diabetes, tuberculosis, and diphtheria. So I mean, even at that point of time, the identification of diseases and their detailed treatment is quite a big achievement. So, in the Sushruta Samhita, one of the major achievements, according to me, is the detailed description of human anatomy. Uh, Galen was one of the Western philosophers, and when we talk about the history of medical sciences, we generally talk about Galen. But Galen, he had a few erroneous beliefs about anatomy, and that was mainly because he used animal cadavers for dissection. Whereas in India, centuries before him, Shushruta used human cadavers and using a very, very scientific method to dissect them, which he has also illustrated in his book. So his anatomy was near perfect, almost. I mean, he had identified, and even at that time, he had identified the process of circulation of blood. He recognized that the heart is the organ which circulates blood, and the blood is circulated throughout the body. This was an idea which was not known to the Western civilization till Thomas Harvey gave the idea of blood circulation. Another important achievement is plastic surgery. Shushruta used to perform plastic surgeries of nose and the ear. The current rhinoplasty procedure has a huge resemblance with what Shushruta used to do centuries back. Apart from that, the surgical instruments used by Shushruta are also quite close to what is used today. In Charaka Samhita, one of the major achievements is the scientific rationale he uses to treat different ailments. So before that, he starts with a detailed pariksha of his patients, and he also recognizes that each patient is unique. He takes into account the prakriti of each patient, and for every patient, depending on his symptoms and his own constituent characteristics, he had a unique system of treatment. And this kind of treatment is also followed in the pristine Ayurvedic treatments, for instance, the Ashtavedya tradition of Kerala. And apart from that, Charaka Samhita also attached a lot of importance with the psychosomatic approach, that is the wellness of both the mind and the body, which he called the Deha Manasa approach. So all these achievements, like right now, if I talk about it, probably this is common right now. I mean, right now we have Botox to improve, to uh, delay the process, or rather to mask the process of old age. But at that time, also, people had this idea of prolonging human life and avoiding old age. So, this, according to me, is at least a huge achievement. And even if we don't recognize it now, it's still something to ponder on upon. So, what is the relevance of Ayurveda in 21st century? Right now, most of our research is mostly focused on finding a treatment for cancer or certain cardiovascular or neurodegenerative diseases, and we most often try to find such treatments in Ayurveda. But one more important thing to note here is Ayurveda was something which existed centuries ago, and probably most of these diseases, which are a result of the lifestyle changes occurring in the 21st century, might not have existed then. And even if a cure exists, probably most of us are not knowledgeable enough to discern the knowledge present in these texts. I'll reintroduce this topic while I'm concluding. But for now, let's give it a rest and move on to the next point, which is the Ashtavedya tradition of Kerala, where the Ayurvedic tradition is almost present in its pristine form, where they have used the Ashtanga as their basic text, and along with that used a fusion of certain folk healing traditions and followed the Guru Shishya Parampara, and their treatment is still in some sense pristine, and it's still not altered or changed. And even now, their treatments might be slow, but they are devoid of any side effects, and efficacious as modern medicine, or probably more efficacious than modern medicine. And I maybe need not mention this, but yeah, Chyawanprash and Vyakharashtra are still found in our homes, and our mother still used to forcibly give us that 1 tablespoon of Chyawanprash every day morning, and and the people who have used it probably know the positive effects of using of 1 tablespoon of Chyawanprash every day. Now let's move on to yoga. Now, yoga uh, right now we recently celebrated yoga on 25th June, but the yoga which is currently known to us as probably a series of asanas or let's say rhythmic breathings isn't what I mean isn't actually yoga. The yoga that was once practiced in our country was was performed with a purpose to unite the mind, body, and the soul with the divine. Yoga was a method of unison with the divine. And this knowledge, Lord Shiva has been hailed as the Adi Guru, who probably gave this knowledge, brought this knowledge to earth. And Maharishi Patanjali has been regarded by many as the compiler of the Yoga Sutras, which are currently regarded as the formal philosophy of yoga. And it is in the medieval time that the Hatha Yoga form was uh, moved on, was adopted as the current prevalent practice of yoga. So right now, when I was a kid, probably yoga wasn't that. I mean, the modern generation doesn't consider yoga to be as effective. But recently, with Ramdev Baba organizing so many sessions and with live telecast sessions of yoga, a lot of people have adopted this practice and have acknowledged its positive effects. And I guess people have understood the synergic effects of yoga have helped people to get relief from chronic pain during chemotherapy sessions, or even even for during physiotherapy sessions. But apart from the healing purposes, yoga has given a peace of mind to a lot of people. The people who generally engage in yoga can understand the peace of mind and well-being they have gained because of yoga. And that's probably because yoga is, as I've said, a way of uniting our soul with the Paramatma, which is probably the only road to true happiness, true eternal happiness. And apart from that, according to my personal opinion, right now, yoga is not something which is just limited to India. You can probably see yoga in TV where it is practiced in some remote corners of the world, like not just USA or Europe. It's there in like small islands in the Pacific, or probably in places which you wouldn't have imagined a few years ago. The problem with that, I have no problem with yoga traveling to so many places in the world. But the only problem is they have altered yoga. I mean, the yoga as it was is not being done. Right now, yoga is probably fused with modern dance techniques. Yoga is fused to to provide pleasure, which according to me is wrong. I mean, in that way, they're maligning our heritage and our tradition. The only thing is we should know what our tradition is and what our heritage is. The way we are trying to protect Taj Mahal, we should try to protect yoga. We should recognize yoga as the rich heritage of India and try to protect it as it is. With this, I would like to move on to the conclusion of my presentation. Here, I would like to slightly divert the topic. Here, I would like to introduce to you Thomas Kuhn. Thomas Kuhn was an American scientist who later on did his PhD in philosophy of science and the history of science. And he wrote a book called The Structure of Scientific Revolutions in 1962, and which in a way revolutionized the field of history of science or the philosophy of science. And I'll tell you why. Before his book came, there was this Whiggish view of history. What is Whiggish view of history? According to this, people try to see the past through the lens of the present. So what happens as a result is we see science advancing. So right now, you would say that 10 years back, whatever the science was, that is probably not as good as what we have right now. Probably that is why a huge fraction of my generation considers yoga and Ayurveda to be old and antiquated and probably not as effective as modern biomedicine. So, Kuhn also, he was not talking about Ayurveda and yoga, but he was talking about science in general. So, he gave this idea of scientific paradigms. So, he said that in each time there's a particular paradigm, and in that paradigm, people do science in their own way. They have their own terms and they have their own way of doing science. But later, the paradigm shifts. Like there was the Copernican paradigm, and there was the before the Copernican paradigm came up, there was another paradigm, and then later there was Newtonian paradigm, and now there's the new paradigm of quantum mechanics. So similarly, why can't we view the field of medical sciences in terms of paradigms? So let's consider Ayurveda as a separate paradigm, and let's consider modern biomedicine as a separate paradigm. So if we try to see Ayurveda from our paradigm, we might be wrong in interpreting it. I mean, a lot of terms which have been used in Ayurveda might not, they cannot be translated. They cannot be translated into English or Hindi or any other languages which we are using currently. We probably cannot find a current translation of the words Vayu, Kapha, and Pitta. Probably in a way, Sushruta or Charaka visualized these terms. Like for example, the word dharma doesn't have an exact translation in English. So what I'm trying to say is we right now we're trying to open new Ayurvedic education centers where we're trying to integrate ancient Ayurveda with modern biomedicine so that we can provide more career opportunities to a lot of people in the field of Ayurveda itself. But a major flaw is we cannot translate these terms. I mean, Ayurveda has to be studied in its paradigm with its own terms and in its own culture. Probably that is why a remote section in Kerala, the Ashtavedya tradition has thrived in this way. I mean, it has they have followed a Guru Shishya parampara where they have maintained their own ancient healing practices and they have evolved it with their own experiences after being trained in the existing paradigm. So what I'm trying to say is, if we want to protect these ancient sciences, Ayurveda and yoga in their pristine form, we should encourage the encourage the incorporation of this knowledge in their respective paradigms, the way they were taught centuries ago. And there are certain pockets where it's still being done that way, and we should encourage such traditions and such pockets, and try to indoctrinate more people into such paradigms. So that is why I think I have conveyed my point. And so, with this, I would just like to say that we should recognize that this is as much a part of our heritage as the ancient monuments or probably our ancient attires are. And that's why we should give it the respect it deserves and preserve it as it is. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Rishika. Now, I request Abhishek Deshpande to present his views. The title of his talk is Contribution of Ancient India to Modern Science, a Benedict site by our visionary forefathers to today's aeon. Abhishek, you have 15 minutes to present your presentation.
Good evening, everybody. Myself, Abhishek Rajendra Deshpande from Dr. Anna Sahib Shinde College of Agriculture Engineering, Mahatma Phule Krishi Vidyapit, MPKV Rauri, Maharashtra. I am going to present a topic, contribution of ancient India to science, a benedicite by our visionary forefathers. Introduction. We know that science has changed human life throughout. When we focus on the transformation in human culture from the tribal life to the today's prosperous age of human, we get some amazing facts. Western world has contributed a lot for scientific development. We know the scholars and scientists like Albert Einstein or Erwin Schrödinger have given the lot of efforts for development of the scientific field. But we have to consider the condition of the ancient India in that period of time. Then India was a poor colony exploited by the imperialistic masterships like the British Raj. So let's check the scientific perspective of India when it was a free nation and was not chained by the imperialistic masterships. Some Western scholars like F. Max Muller and other scholars have translated ancient Indian scripts from Sanskrit to the English. Ancient knowledge is a treasure. We must be thankful to our forefathers for that treasure. So let us discuss contribution of our forefathers in field of engineering and technology. We will discuss first the agricultural engineering. Uh, Agriculture engineering is the branch which deals with the application of the engineering science in the field of agriculture. Appropriate time for sowing seeds. This verse is taken from the book Krushi Parashara, which is authored by Maharishi Parashara. वैशाखे वपनं श्रेष्ठं ज्येष्ठे तु मध्यमं श्रुतं आषाढे चादमं प्रोक्तं श्रावणे चादमादमं रोपणार्थं तु बीजानां शुचौ वपनमुत्तमं श्रावणे चादमं प्रोक्तं भाद्रे चैवादमादमं वृषान्ते मिथुनादा च त्रिण्यहानि रजस्वला बीजं न वापये तत्र जनपापाद् विनश्यति. This means that we know that there are two operations included in the sowing, that is only sowing and transplantation of the seed. This verse means that in the sowing operation, the Vaishakha month is best for the sowing, Jesta is medium for the sowing, Ashada is bad for sowing, and Shravana is the worst period. And also for transplantation of the seed, hot season should be chosen as it is the best season, and Shravana is bad and Bhadrapada is worst for transplantation. Also, end of Jesta and beginning of Ashada should be avoided for both sowing and transplantation. Then soil and water conservation engineering is the sub branch of agriculture engineering. आषाढे श्रावणे मासी धान्यमा कट्टयेत् बुध अनाकट्टं तु यद् धान्यं यथा बीजं तथैव हि कर्कटे कट्टयेत् धान्यं रुष्टो कृषि तत्परः भाद्रे चार्दर फल प्राप्ति फलाशानैव चाश्विने. It means that the good farmer should construct the small bunds in his field in Ashada in Shravana when rainfall is there to conserve the water in his field, and burns in June, that is in the sign of Cancer, that is in the June for low rainfall regions for the scarcity of water. Then burns in Bhadrapada, that is somewhat late. It gives half yield, it reduces the yield by half. And burns in Ashvina, that is too late, it gives no yield to the farmer, so farmer is get regretted. Then drainage engineering. नैरुज्यार्थं हि धान्यानां जलं भाद्रे विमोचयेत् मूलमात्रार्पितं तत्र कारयेत् जलरक्षणं भाद्रे च जलसम्पूर्णं धान्यं विविधबाधकै प्रपीडितं कृषाणानां न दत्ते फलमुत्तमम्. It means that drainage in Bhadrapada maintains crop healthy. We know that in Bhadrapada there is adequate amount of rainfall is there. So if more quantity of water remains in the root zone of the crop, it causes certain fungal diseases that can cause damage to the crops. So it should be removed by the drainage. Then second branch of engineering is groundwater hydrology. It deals with the study of water underground. Estimation of groundwater from grass. This verse is taken from the book of the Brod Samhita, which is authored by the Varamira. अतृणे शत्रुणा यस्मिन् शत्रुणे तृणवर्जिता मह्यत्र तस्मिन् शिरा प्रतिष्ठा वक्तव्यं वा धनं चास्मिन्. It means that as shown here, it means that if in the place where there is no grass, if there is a tract full of grass, or if in the place full of grass, if there is a grassless tract, then surely there is a vein of water existing. So this is the method of water divining in the ancient India. Then estimation of groundwater by different science on ground. Valmika snigdho dakshineena tilakasya sukushu durvashveta purushai panchabi rambo dishi varunya shira purva. It means that if there is a tilaka tree in your field and to the south of the tilaka tree, if there is a ant hill covered with the holy grass, that is durva, then at the west of the tilaka tree, at the 5 cubit distance and at the depth of 25 cubit, you will find the water, and the water vein which is existing there, it is the easterly one. Then we will head towards the aeronautics. This verse is taken from the Brihad Vaimanik Shastra, and it is authored by Maharishi Bharadwaja. It is about the protection of aircraft. आकाश पंचमे कक्षे विमान संचरेद्यति चत्र कोलाहल ज्वाला वेगात भस्मीकृतं भवेत् तस्मात् तत्परिहाराय रौद्री दर्पण यंत्रकम. It means that if accidentally aircraft goes in the fifth layer of the atmosphere, due to strong eddies and turbulences, it get disturbed and it can be damaged or burned. So to protect it from that strong eddies, Raudri Darpan Yantram is used. Actually, Darpan means mirror. So some arrangement of the mirror is made to protect the aircraft from the strong eddies. Then metallurgy. Rasaratna Samuchaya describes the several metallurgical processes. Categorization of iron. Iron is categorized in the three main kinds. That is Munda, Tikshna, and Kanta. And Mrudu, Kundam, and Kandaram. These are the three types of Munda iron. And Haram, Saram, Hannalam, Taravattam, Kalaloha, Bidhanam. These are the 6 subtypes of the Tikshna Loha. And Brahmakam, Chumbakam, Karshakam, Dravakam, and Romakantam. These are the 5 subtypes of the Kanta Loha. Kanta Loha implies the Loha which is magnetic in the nature. Then extraction of metal. Navispulingo na chabudbudascha yathana rekha patalma shaddam mushagatam ratna samam sthirascha tata vishuddham prabhavescha loham. It means that if metal is burnt in the furnace without the sparks of fire, bubble, crystals and cracking sound, then it gives the pure glowing metal in the pure form. This is the process of purification of the metal. Then preparation of bale metal. Swalpatalamyutam kansam vankanalena taditam muktarangam hitattamram ghoshtakrustam mudavratam. It means that when mixture of bronze and arsenic sulfide is heated in Vankanala apparatus, this is the apparatus mentioned in the Rasaratna Samuchaya. If this process is done, then some arsenic sulfide gets evaporated in that process and Ghoshakrishta is obtained. Ghoshakrishta is nothing but a bale metal. Then we will uncover some amazing facts about ancient metallurgy. In 4th century BC, King Purushottama presented Indian made steel to the Alexander. In 8th century AD, high quality steel swords were exported to Damascus, Syria. And scientists of the today's era, they have concluded that these swords are made up of by the nanotechnology. 5th century BC, Sushruta, ancient Indian surgeon, made and used sharp instruments of metal for different surgeries. Then civil engineering. Mayasura has written the book Mayamatam, from which this verse has taken. It is about the roofs for houses, and it tells that the roasted clay tiles or metal sheets can be used as roof cover for the house, which should be strong and without holes. Then manufacturing of bricks is also told in that. It gives the systematic process for manufacturing of bricks. It tells that bricks must be free from gravel, pebbles, and roots. Fill the clods of clay in knee-deep water, pound 40 times with the feet. And here are given sap of some trees. It is in Sanskrit. If we soak in the sap of fig, kadamba, mango, abaya, aksha, and in the water of myrobalan for 3 months, then we can get the good quality of bricks. Then after that, how to regenerate this ancient knowledge? Conservation of Sanskrit language is the basic need, because so many ancient texts are generally in the Sanskrit, written in the Sanskrit language, so it should be conserved. Then search for ancient texts should be done, because for example, we have lost about 1000 shakhas of Vedas over the period of time, and we have only 11 shakhas of Vedas are available at present day. So we have to conserve the ancient text and search for the ancient text. Then academic curriculums should be designed to maintain and to conserve the ancient text and Sanskrit language. Then establishment of universities for research. The separate universities should be there for research in this field. Incentives and scholarship for those scholars who are doing research in the field of ancient knowledge. Then programs at school and university level. Programs at university and school level will encourage the children to take participation in regenerating this ancient knowledge. Then initiative by private organizations for this, and initiative by government in research and development field. Then coming towards conclusion, contribution of ancient India should not be evaluated by comparing it with the Western world. In need of independent studies on relation of ancient India and science. It's time to begin pursuit for knowledge which is hidden from the centuries, and continuous efforts and dedication is only the way towards this destination. At last, I will hope for the Noble India, which will undertake the creativity, which will support the innovation, but not on the cost of forgetting our glorious past and works of our glorious forefathers. Thank you. These are some references I have used to make this essay. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Abhishek. Questions will be taken in the last. Yeah. Questions will be taken in the last.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Arokia Raj, who will present, who is the first prize winner of this essay competition. So the title is Contribution of Ancient India to Science.
Contributions of Ancient India to Science. Introduction. The essay Contribution of Ancient India to Science demonstrates the simplicity, purity of heart, and the constant endeavor of the ancient Indian seers in contributing to science through their profound scientific discoveries, ideas, concepts, and technologies. It also finds a way out to solve various social evils existing in our societies through the insights and ethics of the ancient Indian scientist, and in creating a harmonious and peaceful society. It aims at a conclusion that no fields in modern and contemporary science is left untouched by the ancient Indians. Revisiting ancient India. In order to visit our ancient India, we need to take a trip on ancient Indian scriptures. In the beautiful stories of Ramayana and Mahabharata, we can learn the social structure, the standard of living, and the seeds of science. From those stories, one can think and feel that we had laser rays, destructive weapons, missiles, drugs that give immortality, and various means of transportations. Mathematics. The ancient Indian mathematicians who contributed to mathematics are Baudhyayan, Aryabhatta, Brahmagupta, Bhaskaracharya, Mahaviracharya, and few others. The integrative quality of Indian thought may be seen in its formulation of the concept of zero as the unifying unit of both philosophical and mathematical inquiry. In the Arthashastra, we are given the weights and measures which were in use in North India in the 4th century BC. In Baudhyana, found in Krishna Yajurveda, and in Apstamba Sutra, we can find some references to Diophantine equations. Pythagoras' theorem is stated in Shalva Sutra. Ayurveda and surgery. Shushruta and Charaka were two outstanding figures in medicine. Shushruta wrote a valuable book on medicine in which he described many surgical operations, including cataract, lithotomy, and hernia. He enumerated and described 121 surgical instruments and advocated dissection. Charaka also published an encyclopedia of medicine and helped to establish the practice of medicine on a high ethical basis. Antiseptic surgery, anesthesia, antidotes for poisons, and vaccination were practiced in India. Astronomy. The astronomical Siddhantas of ancient India have also given correlative conclusions with the Puranic text in specific relation with planetary motions and cosmic affairs. The Indian astronomer Bhaskara I, hundreds of years before Bruno and Galileo, discovered that the Earth was going around the Sun and that it takes 365.2587 days for Earth to make one circuit around the Sun. The Indians knew the 28 phases of the Moon, the fact that the Earth rotates on its axis, and the explanation of the eclipses. The concept of atom. Indian atomism was certainly independent of Greek influence, for an atomic theory was taught by Pakudakatyana, an older contemporary of the Buddha, and was therefore earlier than that of Democritus. The Vaisheshika school, which especially elaborated its atomic doctrines and was a school of atomism par excellence, maintained that before combining form material objects, atoms made primary combinations of dyads and triads. This doctrine of molecules was developed differently by Buddhists and Ajivikas. The concept of space. Endless space is expressed in Ishopanishad, which says, infinity arises from infinity. If you subtract infinity from infinity, infinity remains. Regarding the vastness of the universe, the Vishnu Purana says that there are countless Brahmanandas in the universe. This is proved by modern science today. The concept of gravity. A great mathematician of 450 BC was Varahamihira. He used to state that there were some attractive forces in the stars of the universe. Due to the sum total of such forces, the Vasundhara was able to float. This can be considered just a step before the most talked gravitational force. We also have a reference to gravity in Siddhanta Siromani Bhavanakosham 6 of Bhaskara II, which says, this earth attracts whatever solid materials are in the space by her own force of attraction towards her. The theory of relativity. The principle of relativity was available in an embryonic form in the Indian philosophical concept of Sapekshavad. The literal translation of this Sanskrit word is theory of relativity. Chemistry. Ancient India's development in chemistry found its growth in a variety of practical activities. We know from the evidence of Iron Pillar of Delhi and other sources that Indian metallurgists gained great proficiency in the extraction of metal from ore and in metal casting. Nagarjuna, being a 10th century scientist, aimed experiments to transform base elements into gold like the Western world's alchemies. Quantum mechanics. The atom of Buddhism in some measure resembles the quantum of Planck's. According to Vedanta, we can never have a theory of everything in terms of matter or interaction of material particles only. Embryology. In the Vedic literature, there is a vast description on the science of embryology and role of prenatal sound on the child within womb. Garbhopanishad is one of the ancient Upanishads which serves as a concise thesis on embryology. Evolution. Padma Purana gives a detailed statement regarding different forms of life, as you see. This shows the process of evolution in a little way towards a science-sustained spirituality as taught by Indian science. The first aphorism of Vedanta Sutra states, Athato Brahma Jigyasa. In the human form of life, one should inquire about Brahman, the absolute truth. Scientific study of matter is Aparavidya, whereas knowledge of the science of God is Paravidya. Therefore, ancient India and its scriptures lead us to the absolute truth or higher knowledge. Towards an ethical foundation for humanization as taught by ancient Indian science. Ancient India and her science taught morality in a significant way. The morals of the people were very pure. Robbery and other crimes were very rare as people lived a contented life. Hospitality was enjoined upon all. Great respect and affection was shown to guests. To speak the truth was considered a religious duty. Seduction and adultery were regarded as sins. Even ancient Indian education tried its best in creation of a development of character and discipline. Killing of any sort is violence according to ancient wisdom and hence teaches us a great lesson on non-violence. The Hindu scriptures teach us that plants have a sort of dormant and latent consciousness and are capable of pleasure and pain. Thus, asks us to cultivate an eco-spiritual love towards nature and all its living creatures. India is the source of some of the most powerful schools of thought of mankind, with Mahabharata and the Bhagavad Gita expressing Hindu philosophy, and the Tripitakas, summarizing the Buddhist views. Both philosophical systems, with their great respect for all beings and expressions of compassion, may be fruitful sources of a universal ethical system. And today, the world is in need of compassion. Our ancient Indian science of embryology teaches us that we are born for making peace and happiness in human race. To conclude, ancient India has provided a nurturing environment of freedom to explore the vast realm of science, which is true even till today. Today's world is being influenced by the powerful social force, science, but what is needed in today's modern science is a change in the value temper of scientists and technologies to have the capability for making value analysis and value judgment about scientific matters, and to have a great accountability for the consequences of their scientific pursuits. This is very well and systematically taught by ancient Indian sages and scientists during the ancient times. Henceforth, we Indians should feel proud of our ancient scientists and Vedic heritage and should launch research programs that enable the inclusion of the ancient Indian wisdom in the context of modern scientific world so that this world may turn into a world of happiness and peace paradise. Thank you one and all for your patient listening.
Thank you, Arukia. Now we'll take few questions. So, yes, audience, any questions? So let me interpret the presentations to the best of my abilities. Rishika primarily talked about Ayurveda and yoga, and the message that she gave is that we need to keep them as they exist. Yeah, rather than giving our scientific interpretations. But to some extent, I disagree with this type of formalism because we have different systems of knowledge. We have different systems of curing things, and there will be some synthesis somewhere. Synthesis is an important platform. So while everything in Ayurveda may not be connected, some correlations can be done. Like there was a paper from Prashar et al. Who conveyed that the Pitta Vata Kapha have genomic correlation. There was a paper that was published. So similarly, the empirical component of the ancient India, it will have some relevance. Like Professor Ghosh published one article in which he conveyed that bhasmas have this nano, they're like nano drugs, they're nano powders. So we cannot simply close our eyes. This is how I see it. But your message in the right direction, I would put it is like this, that while the empirical component of the ancient India can be, analyzed in the light of modern science, some components of ancient science are beyond the capacity of science. So what is beyond the capacity of science should be valued, should be preserved, and the heritage should be continued, and whatever is coming into the light of science, it should be testified. Yeah. So that's how I try to put your argument. And Abhishek gave wonderful verses. So these wonderful verses are very nice, but what we require is a little bit more deeper analysis. I can give you one example. I once went to Bali, a city called Denpasar. So in Denpasar, one professor was working on computational fluid dynamics of houses constructed with Vastu. So this type of studies would be more relevant because the modern man is convinced about ancient sciences. Like the tall buildings they used to construct in India. The entire house looks like air conditioned. This type of studies, that have more relevance would be useful. You're from agricultural background, so I can see that you have put a lot of emphasis there. So just go a little bit more into these aspects and try to have a more mature component. And Arukia, you have covered almost all the areas, and finally you conveyed that ethics is very important. And yes, that is the message that we should always take from our ancient Indian sciences, that while the empirical knowledge is always there, it is not enough. Ethics is at a it is at a higher level, called super science, philosophy, ethics, all these things. With this, I conclude my summary of the wonderful presentations. I request everyone to kindly give a nice applause for all the essay competition winners. The prizes of the winners will be distributed in a later session. So you're all here? Okay, so we'll announce to you tomorrow morning, maybe, or maybe later onwards, when the prizes will be distributed. Okay, with this, I finish this session. Yeah, please.
So, what a beautiful and thoughtful series of sessions given by these young minds. May I request Professor Ram Gopal to present mementos to these young thought provokers, right? So, first to Mr. Arokia Raj. Mr. Abhishek Deshpande. And then last to Miss Rishika Behra. Now I will request Mr. Milinder Segar to come here and present a memento to Professor Ram Gopal. So thank you everyone.
Okay, so we have some free time now. So just to give you a small entertainment or relaxation, I would like to give a brief outline of the courses that were announced in the morning. So this is Bhaktivedanta Institute's courses. Can someone run the slides? So those who are interested, they can present. You just press it. It's okay. Okay. So firstly, we have three types of. Next slide. Yeah. Firstly, we have three types of courses that were being launched. The full course is the diploma course. This has around say 2000 slides content. And the second one is a certificate course in value education, where practical aspects of applying this science spirituality synthesis will be more taught. So you can say 50% of the material in the diploma will be given in the second one. And the third one is in different themes. Like say for example, if someone only wants to know origin of life, people don't want to study the entire course. So that also we are facilitating. So if you like a particular theme like synthesis of science and spirituality, you can take only that module as the certificate courses. Next, please. So in what way this course will be beneficial? Obviously, it has to be of some utility for everyone. So I would like to put it like this. We have, say, what you learned in your subjects is always there. Your science and technology studies that you always have. But two important components of the course are the improving in the lifestyle, the type of lifestyle we are having. We can have better lifestyle after doing this course. How we can apply yoga, meditation, all these type of things. We will be convinced that these are important from a theoretical perspective also. So that is one aspect. No, back. And the second one and the most important thing is values and ethics. This is what many of our colleagues have been conveying, that we are having enough science, but we should have the values, and the values come from moral values, the ethics come from moral values, and the moral values come from the spirituality. Okay, next. So that's what we are intending, like we want to make it like a holistic education. And the holistic education means we want to have prosperity. We cannot say that we will not do our job. We still have to do our jobs for our rightful, means and methods to sustain ourselves. We should be satisfied with the outcome of our work. But most important thing are those things in the bold font. Cope up with stress and anxiety. Today, all of us have to go maybe 12 hours or 14 hours to office. We leave very early and we come back very late. So stress and anxiety is at a very higher level. So how to cope up with that? By practicing spirituality, those things will be conveyed. How to have values at profession. This is very important. This is not often taught in the curriculums. In the curriculum, we are always given degrees, but professional values are very important. How to work with others, how to respect others, how to work in a group. So all that will be there in that ethics and values. And then how to be peaceful and how to be happy naturally rather than going for an artificial method. That's what is being taught in the spirituality. And what is the higher goal and purpose of life? That is also not often taught in the regular curriculums. And the regular curriculum, our purpose of a degree is to get a job, and the purpose of a job is to get money and get food, get a home, and then what? So that is not our ultimate purpose. So we will try to go a little into the ultimate purpose of life also. Next. So these are our objectives: holistic lifestyle. We want to have a good harmony in the society. We want to have ethics and values. We want to have personality development. We want to encourage novel research, like the way I was telling, how to connect ancient Indian science with modern thought process. Okay, that type of thing. Next. So now many people say that, okay, I have done a course. In what way it improves my CV? Right. So the first thing that I can tell is that in your CV there is a portion called extracurricular activities, in which you always write that I have organized a conference or I have organized a workshop, I am showing my managerial skills. But having a certificate from Bhaktivedanta Institute that you have done a course on science spirituality that made you more sociable, more patient, more tolerant is a very good thing. It can definitely add value to your CV. So that's how I am putting it. There is a vocational certification to support your career opportunities. Maybe it is not directly related to the job that you are doing, but it will definitely be doing magic in the background. The second thing is how to be successful in life. So our definition of success and the spiritual definition of success. So we have to broaden our definition of success, and we have to also become successful. We should not have waste our time. So all these things will be taught. And then of course we have many challenges in the world. We have to excel everywhere. So how to take up these challenges, that will be also there. And those who want to take this course in a purely academic format, you can take it as a foundational material for higher degrees. If you want to do PhD or MA in humanities, then this material will be wonderful. Next please. So the three ends are there. There is prosperity, there is peace, and there is ultimate purpose. But first, we have to improve as an individual. So there is a personal level improvement, that is called holistic person. Then we can apply these concepts at our job. Then we become holistic professional. That's called holistic management. And then we can apply this in the society also for conflict resolution and in many ways. So that's the social component. Next please. So this is like a complete summary of the entire course. We have the first module, which is going to go deeper into science. Then the second module goes into spirituality, and the third module goes into synthesis. Now these three modules will thoroughly enable any delegate to understand the basic components, and then onwards we look into the application. How to apply synthesis of science and spirituality in cosmology. How to apply it in the life studies, origin of life studies, evolution of life study. How to apply it in consciousness studies. How to apply it in health management. How to apply it in personality development. How to have good values and ethics. What can be good values and ethics? How to be a socially harmonious person. How to do further research in science spirituality. So these are some of the main themes in which the course content has been developed. Next please. So how do we communicate? This is a correspondence course. So by post you would receive the course material. And of course nowadays everyone is using email. So you can write email or you can chat. You can have a telephonic call. You can have a Skype call. You can have a webinar. So many approaches are possible. And finally there will be an exam. Like assignments will be sent to you by email. You will have to answer the assignments and send back it by email. So you may fool us. That is, someone else may write your assignments and submit from your email ID. But don't worry, we have a final exam in which you have to physically come and take the exam. So if you fool us in the assignments, you can't fool us in the final exam. So that's how, things can be done. Next. So total of the graduate diploma, you have around 390 contact hours, 50 credits. Lectures are about 21 credits. Tutorials are about 19 credits, and you also have a term project. Term project means, suppose if you want to apply Gandhi's philosophy in science spirituality mode, if you like Gandhi's philosophy a lot, you can take it as a term project. So term project is whatever you like, you put it in the synthesis vision of Dr. T.D. Singh. That is combining science and spirituality together. So that's what is the term project. You can take it in science also. You can take it in spirituality. You can take it in management. You can take it in humanities. Any subject you like, you can try to present the synthesis perspective. Next, please. And as I said, the course assessment, 30% will be given to the assignments that you submit by email. Final exam will have 40% weightage. The term project will have 30% weightage. After the term project, you have to submit a PowerPoint, and you also have to present your PowerPoint like our student colleagues have, presented here. Okay, next. So the term project is very, very important because the term project is your realization. Like I may not like life sciences, but I may be very good at physics. So I may take a term project in physics, and I may have mature realizations on synthesis of science and spirituality in this curriculum. So like that, the term project is open-ended. You can refer internet, you can refer textbooks, you can refer books of Bhaktivedanta Institute, you can refer any book you want, but please remember it should be in the model of the synthesis of science and spirituality as presented by Dr. T.D. Singh. So all that will be taught to you in the course. Next, please. So for further details, it is like this. Application forms are available at the desk outside the conference venue. They will be available tomorrow and day after also. Till day after afternoon, they will be available. You can straight away fill an application form and you can just give a token money like 500 or 1000 rupees to ensure that you are serious and hand over the application form. Okay, so that is first thing. We'll be starting the courses from 1st January 2016. So the last date of receiving application forms by post. These application forms are also available at the Bhaktivedanta Institute's website. You can download it from there also. So you have to minimum pay 1 semester fees. The fees, everything is there in the application form. And you can visit our website. This is our email address. You can note down. You can write email and we will respond to you. If you have any queries, you are welcome to ask now. Thank you. So basically our motto is very simple, that many a times the students come here from long distances and they understand maybe 10%. They don't understand more than 10%, but they may be very serious in understanding the subject. So for that purpose, we have started this course curriculum so that those who are very serious, they can register in this course and we can have regular, interaction with them in several ways, and they can upgrade their knowledge and they can gradually come to the level of, understanding the entire subject in a systematic framework. Thank you.
So we are going to have a panel, interactive session. And what we like that all of you come close because it's going to be interactive. Okay. And the topic is very relevant. So here we are having 4 panelists and I will moderate. Myself, Professor Ghosh of Metallurgy Department, IIT Kharagpur, and I am the secretary of this conference. And so we are very fortunate to have Sir V.K. Patnaik. He is an IAS of 1976 cadre, and he has been the Principal Secretary of Odisha Chief Minister and Chief Secretary of Odisha. And recently, last 6 months, he is the President of the Vedanta University. So we are very honored, and let us welcome him. And we'll have uh, Bajapati Swami, who is the president of the entire Bhaktivedanta Institute. And his introduction has already been given. And I like to invite Atal Ashutosh Agarwal and give a big clap. He's the vice president of the Students Gymkhana IIT Kharagpur. So he's basically a student. He's representing the student community. And in IIT Kharagpur, a faculty is the president, but from the student, he is the highest actually. So, Swamiji, where is Swamiji? Swamiji will just wait, and please all of you come in the front. So this interactive session is on role of spirituality in achieving excellence. And we are talking excellence in three directions: academics, research, and administration. Okay. So we have one person, he can talk on academics, and I can talk maybe something on research. And P. Patnaik, you just heard his background in administration, the Chief Secretary of Odisha. Now he is heading the whole Vedanta University project. And here we have Swamiji. Let us give a big hand for him. So now, please, why don't you come close? I mean, it's an interactive section. You have to. So I will let us take the administration. That aspect is very. See, many of you actually, in a way, all of us do some administration. I mean, although we are teachers, but some administration is always there with us. And Swamiji is there. He's a monk, but he's the head of such a big institution. So definitely there is a lot of administrative role. So I will request Mr. Patnaik to actually reflect from his own experience. What is the role of spirituality in achieving excellence in administration?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are going to have an interactive session on the role of spirituality in achieving excellence, and that too in the field of administration. You see, administration is supposed to be following of rules. There are different rules. The rules are laid down. You are supposed to follow these rules, implement these rules. Now, the question arises as to when your role is so well laid down, where does spirituality fit in? Does it really make you perform better? That's the question. Okay? Now, very often we confuse spirituality with many things which are not really connected with spirituality. We think that, if somebody commits a mistake in administration, we tend to forgive him. We tell ourselves that ठीक है, गलती हो गया है उससे, he has committed a mistake, it's for God to punish him. Why should I incur his displeasure? Why should I commit a sin by punishing this man? And that is why, when we in the administration evaluate a person at the end of the year, when we write his confidential roll, we always tend to take a very, very lenient view about that person. Whatever may be his performance, we have this rather, should I say, spiritual view that is not for us to judge other human beings. It's for God to judge him. Now, this is actually not spirituality to my mind. This is the antithesis of spirituality. Spirituality is something which takes you to the root of everything. Now, if you are in administration, your job is to administer. And why should you administer? Because without administration, there will be no order. There will be chaos. So if you have to really administer, then you have to realize that it is your job to implement the rules and regulations and perform your role to the best of your ability. That is actually the basic purpose of administration. If, for example, a policeman does not catch a thief, he is not doing his job. If an inspector is not evaluating the samples properly, then he is not doing his job. Now, this is actually the essence of one's function. If you want to achieve excellence, you have to do your job to the best of your ability. And what drives you to do that is actually spirituality. Because when you are doing it, you are not doing it to satisfy your own ego or to establish your superiority over the other people. When, let us say, the policeman is maintaining the traffic, he is not trying to establish his superiority over a person who is going on the mobile without a helmet on his head. It is not his superiority. He is performing a role. God has assigned that role to him. And that role is to ensure the safety of everyone on the road. And that is why he is doing that job. So if you have your own role clarity as to what you are supposed to do under a particular set of circumstances, then only you will be able to perform your role properly. And to my mind, that is the essence of your living, your raison d'etre, as they say, the reason for your existence. So, ladies and gentlemen, to my mind, in every walk of life and every aspect of administration, you have to be guided by the basic purpose of all that you are doing, the basic reason for all your actions. And that can be understood by you only if you surrender yourself to the might of the Almighty and perform your role with the humility but with the sincerity which the Almighty wants you to have. This is all I have to say by way of my experience. Thank you.
I will request Swamiji to actually address something on the role of, I mean, Swamiji is both in academics and also he is the head of this big institution. So the role of spirituality, what role spirituality plays in in administration, as well as you can comment on academics.
Namaste. How are you doing? Good. Uh, I can say all of you are very, very spiritual because you are able to sit down at this time of the day. It requires spirituality to sit through the sessions and listen. So there is one beautiful verse in Gita, second chapter. Nasti buddhir ayuktasya nachayuktasya bhavana nacha bhavayanta shantir asantasya kutasukam. One who is not connected with the Lord in transcendental consciousness can have neither a controlled mind nor steady intelligence, without which there is no possibility of peace. And how can there be any happiness without peace? So, both in academics as well as in administration, and for that matter, any human activity, mind is very, very crucial aspect. You need to have a steady mind to do anything. If the mind is not controlled, you may plan anything, but you will not follow the plan. For academics, for exam, you have to have a plan. Okay, I will study every day these many hours, or I get up this time and study. But if you don't have the discipline and steady mind, though you know that you are supposed to study in this time, you will be carried over by your mind. Arjuna asked Krishna that, Krishna, please tell me one thing. Why do people commit sinful activities? Even though they know that it is wrong and it is sin. Even though they don't want to do it. As if forced by somebody else. What is the reason? The same, we want to sit down and study, but somebody is forcing us to. What is that? It is a little lighter version of the question Arjuna has asked. So Krishna answers, Kamesha Krodesha Rajoguna Samudbhava. There are two things. Lust and anger. Lust and anger. We want to do our work. We have a very nice plan. But our mind is disturbed by these two things. So if unless one is spiritually situated, one will be disturbed by these two things, lust and anger. In academics, lust plays a lot of role because there is nobody to deal with. You are dealing with your own mind. Mind says, you do this, let us do that, let us go to movie. It's okay, exam, first term is gone, we can try the second term, third term. Many ideas mind keeps giving. But because we don't have the spiritual knowledge and practice, we don't know how to handle this mind. Similarly, in administration, anger plays a lot of role. because in administration we deal with people, and the person who is leading, he should be uh, very controlled. It doesn't mean that he doesn't show the anger. He should show the anger, but he should not become angry. So in these two cases, spirituality helps very much to, spiritual practice helps us to attain these two things, overcome both this lust and anger. Lust means to seek for some happiness beyond expected, beyond the quota or beyond limit, or expecting somebody else's, taking over somebody else's happiness. So if spirituality, if we practice spirituality daily, at least 10 minutes, 15 minutes, or half an hour, it will actually make our mind very, very peaceful. How it makes? We as a soul, our fundamental property is to seek happiness. That is Satchit Ananda, Ananda. We always want Ananda. And that Ananda, we want continuous Ananda, not that I eat for 10 minutes and afterwards no happiness. No, I want some happiness all the time. That happiness cannot be derived from the pleasures which we see here. So we can take them as much as is allowed and appropriate for us, but to be completely satisfied and mind to be in peace, we have to experience that param drishtan vartante. We have to practice spirituality and experience some little higher happiness, which is continuous, non-stopping, which fulfills the requirements of the soul. Soul wants to be happy 24/7, but our senses are not capable of giving that happiness. So if one practices spirituality, he experiences this higher happiness, that is the relationship with the Lord, that loving relationship with the Lord and the others. Then he becomes peaceful and mind becomes peaceful, and he will be able to do his duty, his academics and administration. Thank you.
I'll request Atal to actually tell his own experience and his own realization. He's also a student, a bright student, and he is the head of the students' gymkhana. So, from the student side, so he can actually share some experience to all of us.
A very good evening to one and all present here, and I would like to present my view about the topic: how is spirituality helping students as a whole? So, how is like helping student when it comes about academics, when it comes about research, when it comes about going for their own startup or any field? So, I believe in the Institute of Higher Education, like IITs, they should focus on three things. One is innovation that will come through research. One is startups that is building something of their own. And the third is the jobs. In the current mindset, if we will see among the students, it comes out that they are more focused on the front, that is jobs. They are looking for jobs. They are going for their, like, there is a lot of risk involved when you go for your own company, when you go for research, because ultimately if you are not passionate about that, you will like at a later point of time you will realize that I want to have a safe side. So everyone wants to go in the comfort zone. So when it comes about the options for a person graduating, the safest or the comfort zone comes out to be taking a job, and so he chooses the path of a job. But when it comes about creating opportunities, like who will create opportunities for others? When it comes about India, who will create job opportunities for thousands of colleges in India that are producing engineers every year? Who is expected to create jobs? So when it comes about who is expected, it will be expected from the other people who are already in the world and creating their own companies, startups and all. The other people who are expected to create jobs is the people from the institute of national importance like the IITs, IIMs, and other institute like IISC Bangalore and other DTU and other colleges. These are the people who are like who should have the responsibility to create jobs, but now now when they are going into the sector of looking for jobs, then who will be creating the jobs? So there should be a particular division that these many people will be going in the jobs to have a good understanding about the market in the job. There should be some people who will be going in the field of research, who will be contributing to the development of the country, so that at least we are developing things on our own, not just following things and getting things from the west or the east, just bringing all those things. So there is very important link of research, link of how the spirituality will focus on it. When it comes about having your own company also, it requires a lot of patience among people, because you will lose a lot of time, there will be a lot of failures that will come in your path. And to go above those failures, you have to have a very stable mind that this is not like the end. Like losing one thing or like one of the failures is not the end. You have far more options that will be coming in future if you will work on this. So when it comes about a long term goal, people are like have a very short term goal that at this point of time I have these options, this is the best one. They don't think about a long term. Maybe 5 years down the line they have to work hard, but after 5 years they will be at a position in which they will be looking and they will be recruiting other people. So this is how spirituality contributes in this text, that those are the people, when it comes about taking risk in life, they have what like a they can focus on perseverance and understand these things from spirituality, so that they have a motivation in themselves that if I will lose this, I still have God, I have faith in God, that if I will lose everything, there is God who will help me at a later stage. He is there. So I don't have to worry for like I will not be begging for food. I will have sufficient resources in India. Like I can earn sufficient in this world. So I don't have to worry for things that I will not be getting. I will not be having these resources. So this is the thing that I believe that spirituality contributes. When it comes about individuals, it gives us a capacity to take more risks in life. And when we take risks in life, it brings us to like bringing us more outcomes, better outcomes in life, and going at a higher level as we are now. When it comes about innovation in India, when we'll see, like there is a lot less innovation that have come up as of now as compared to the people in the west. US is developing things, we are just like getting those things from US and implementing them in India nowadays. When you will see about the startups that are coming in India, they're basically a majority of them are like a bit of copy from the US. I don't say that it is bad to have a copy of something. If it is good, then we can copy those things. But the problems in US and problems in India or the Asia or the region that we are living in is completely different. Our problems are basically we have population issues. So solutions from the West might not be feeding the industry that we have, like solving the problems that we have. So we need to have our own alternative. We don't have to like follow the whatever they are doing. If it is sufficient, it might be sufficient for their country. For our country, we need to create innovation. And when it comes about innovation, you need to be still, you need to stay focused. That is my goal, and this is the thing that think that spirituality helps us in focusing things. So this is all about innovation, creating jobs, or whatever, like having your own company. I think spirituality contributes a lot in these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Atal. Yeah, I mean, so we heard, I mean, from successful people talk you, and yes, I mean, I would like to very much exert this thing in research also. I think when we go through the lives of very well-known scientists and even our day-to-day research, spirituality has to do with the creativity. And this is what, like, if you think about Kekule, most of them, I mean, very topmost mathematician, it's like intuition. What is the explanation of intuition? So who gives the the boldness to take the risk? It comes from within. It comes from within. You are trying to do something new. There is some conviction inside, and that is the spiritual element which forces you. That is a positive energy. And sometimes I tell, what is this positive energy? So I tell the first year students when I meet them that when you come here and after 6 months, that difference is, you can see that is the positive energy. And there's a beautiful statement by President Kalam. Like he's saying that basically by prayer, you are tapping so much of positive energy. God is having infinite energy. He give you some 100 energy, he's not short of energy. It's like a big water tank. You put a pipe and whatever you need. So this positive energy is required. All kinds of, it's a divine quality. What Atal is talking about, that actually somebody is having the boldness to take the adventure. If you don't take risk in life, it's actually, risk may not be the right word maybe. It is basically venturing, and there is some rationality one when ventures. But I have often seen many students, they will say, I want to start, sir. I want to start some new venture, and at the end, it just becomes in his CV. That helps him in writing his statement of purpose for some management college. That's all. But he is not able to start his venture. So now the very important thing is that here we like you, all of us. We talk about spirituality. Actually, all of us are students. This is what once Dr. T.D. Singh had told. So we like you to also express your opinion. So I mean, it's an interactive session. It's not like so we like to put something or ask something or express your opinion. Or you can take your own, you have some genuine, let us say, if you look in your own life, you are not able to take some decision. So I like to have some opinions, some inputs, or some queries from you. Yeah. Christopher, you like to express something? Yeah. So we have Professor Christopher from Stanford University, and in the morning he gave the first plenary lecture, a wonderful talk on Gödel's proof on God. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to continue or add to what you have just mentioned. It's this point of the moment of creativity in science, which is, in my sense, not really well explained yet. And at least I get then the feeling that this is the room where spirituality plays an important role. So, for instance, the only experience in my life was I working on my PhD topic, and that was a kind of mathematical work where you have this one theorem you have to get proved, and it's a difficult one, and either you manage that or your PhD thesis is at risk. So it's not something where you can continuously work for, but it has to have this moment of creativity where you are working for. And this is not something which is guaranteed you can get it. So you have to work very, very strong in the first place to get to a stage that your mind builds up enough of structure in the background about the deep structure behind the proof you are heading for, but then still even hard working, where you have to have the faith and strength to continue, even though it can be very discouraging, not finding the moment you are waiting for. But then there's this moment where you calm, where maybe you're in a position where you want to give up, and your mind calms down. And then it was in my case like this. Overnight, suddenly this inspiration was there. You saw the structure that was suddenly there, and it's for me not explainable where that was coming from. There was this hard work before, and then this one moment where I thought, that's it. So that's it. So I was waking up at 4 o'clock at night and went and opened a bottle of wine, really, and because I knew it. That was now my PhD topic. It was now had the important cornerstone. And this is this moment which is so kind of magical, or yeah, to me, kind of unexplainable so far. How it is.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Actually, Albert Einstein once said that actually the physics theories, the theories come from a different plane. It doesn't come from the physical plane. And many scientists, they have this experience of, like sudden, like a flash. revelation. Suddenly it comes like revelation, and like in our day-to-day life also it kind of happens. Professor Vikramasinghe, can you share something about this?
I think the inspiration that you talked about for Ramanujan or Einstein and so on, those inspirations did not come from an external God.
Yes.
They could be part of his internal spirituality. I see spirituality as emanating from within you.
Yes,
and
yes, absolutely.
And in a very abstract way, connecting with an external cosmos.
Right.
Maybe the universe has a field of consciousness, and you're just tapping into that field of consciousness.
Right.
To think that we have sort of Judeo-Christian type God who is constantly helping us or not helping us, I think that is a rather simplistic view of spirituality.
But it comes from something which comes from inside.
It comes from something within you, deep
yes.
within you, but it is not there until you cultivate it.
Can you share some your own experience with us?
Well, I think what I found extremely disturbing when I started working with Fred Hall and talking to cosmologists and so on was the innate prejudice that all cosmologists in the 1960s had against a steady state universe or a non-evolving universe.
Right.
And the objection that they had was that they sort of clothed their objection in scientific terms, but the basic objection seemed to me to be a belief in a Judeo-Christian view of creation. I mean, the Big Bang cosmology is just a carbon copy rendering of the book of Genesis. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. God said, "Let there be a Big Bang," and there was a Big Bang. And even though the scientists involved are extremely distinguished people, learned people, and so on, they don't admit that. I think deep within individual scientists and within the sort of Eurocentric scientific culture, this prejudice still runs really very deep.
Right.
So I think that's been my personal reaction to the sort of cosmological point of view. And when it came even to the ideas of life from outside and life being connected to the external universe, the opposition was mostly from the biblical
society
sects that are very strong and so on. So, but to sum up what I said, I think the inner conviction and the inner peace and almost a sort of a Buddhist type of realization of a much bigger universe within you,
right?
And connecting you to that bigger universe. That would be my personal interpretation of spirituality.
Thank you very much. All of you heard from Professor Vikramasinghe. I mean, he's one of the very noted, astrophysicists, and more than 75 papers in Nature. So that is his, you can understand his stature. So this is actually, if you read the lives of many scientists, so it is like that. And in any field of life. So it's that is the creativity, like that. So I think we had some discussion because today we were late. So we actually have to condense this session. From tomorrow, I think everything will become normal. Because people have come for the cultural program.
One last question from the student.
Yeah, this is the last actually because it's time for cultural program now.
Hello, I want to share something what I have realized till now. God is actually life. It's actually love. And what we are actually experiencing each and every day, we should be happy each and every moment, whatever the situation is. And I think there is no negativity in the world. Everything is perfect. The thing is, I'll give an example. Something is going on in our life. I think that time I'm so tensed, and that is actually a state of mind that we call as negative. But when I'm now, when I go back and look at my past, that moment, that time I can feel that is positive. That means there is no negative in this world. Everything is positive, everything is perfect. And another thing I want to share, Nowadays, I'm watching. Some days back, I have watched some concert of Nasim Harman. He is a scientist, and he has published a paper, also international paper. He have told that he have scientifically proven that we have a limitation. We have limitation of thinking that the Big Bang, after then Sting technology, and then in a multiple universe, and but he have proven that if we go inside, then we can see full universe at a time, full the knowledge. He have given mathematical proof of that. So I have go through that also. So that means actually we are the one who are creating the reality. We are responsible for the creating the reality what we are facing individually. So if I change my nature, like jealousy, whatever the things, if we are feel full of love inside, then my reality, the whatever I am seeing, everything will be changed. That's it.
Right.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. So now we actually stop this session, and now we this wonderful program, because they have come from all the way from Manipur. Very nice trip, and so let us generate some positive energy by seeing this wonderful cultural evening. Thank you very much.
So thank you everyone on dice. But now I'll request Professor K.K. Singh from NIFT Ranchi to come here and honor these guests, these speakers with mementos. So the first memento is for Sri Vrajpati Das. B.K. Patnaik. Sri Atal Ashutosh Agarwal. And then finally to Professor Sudipto Ghosh. So now there is going to be a cultural program. It's a very beautiful program because I'm seeing these artists, they are dressed up very nicely, Manipuri program. So all of you are requested to enjoy. It will, yeah, it will take some 5-10 more minutes to start.
शान्ताकारं भुजगशयनं पद्मनाभं सुरेशं विश्वाधारं
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello.
जयदेव कवि मुदीर मुदित मुरार श्रीनु सुखदं शुभदं भवसार केशवधीत दश विधरूप जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे
To all delegates, here is an announcement regarding transportation to their respective guest houses. After dinner, IIT buses will be available near to the food court. There will be 3 buses, one bus for M delegates, one bus for B.R. Ambedkar male female delegates, one for VGH SAM RLB Nivedita delegates. I repeat, one bus for M delegates, one bus for B.R. Ambedkar male female delegates, one bus for VGH SAM RLB Nivedita guest houses. Your hall volunteers will guide you. Thank you.
Next, we have Thang, which is a dance form using sword, a traditional martial arts. In this variant, one fighter is put up against 2 other fighters or opponents. We have Thang for you. After Thang, we have Dhol Dholak Cholom. The Dhol Dholak Cholom is performed during Holi, the festival of colors. Holi is known as Yaoshang in Manipur. During the festival of Yaoshang, Dhol Dholak Cholom is performed using the dhol, the dholak, and a variety of drums. Dressed in colorful costumes, the drummers play a spectrum of rhythms and perform acrobatic feats simultaneously. The dance beautifully combines vigor and grace. So, Dhol Dholak Cholo. After the Dholak Cholom, we have the Chai roll. Chai in Manipuri means stick. Roll is language. The language is stick in the form of dance. Chai roll is a new addition to the vast tradition of Manipuri performing arts. It can manifest the beauty of lifeless stick by sheer magical touch of the performer. The performer must be a person of strong character and determination. Every step is calculated. Every wrist work is carefully measured in a geometrical precision with great artistry, which can be executed only when one's body and soul is united as one. Ladies and gentlemen, Tyrol. After the Jairol, we have the Pung Cholom. The Pung Cholom is the soul of Manipuri Sankirtanam music. The Pung Cholom is a unique classical dance of Manipur. This dance may be performed by men or women and is usually a prelude to the Rasa Leela. In this, the dancers play the pung or the mridanga, a form of hand-beaten drum, while they dance at the same time. The dancers need to be graceful and acrobatic at the same time. They use these acrobatics without breaking the rhythm or flow of music. The dance is marked by a gentle rhythm, gradually builds up to a thunderous climax. Ladies and gentlemen, the pung cholo. After the Pung Cholom, we have the last item of the cultural program for tonight, Vasantaras, one of the most beautiful and sublime dance sequences of the four types of Manipuri Rasa Leelas, that is Vasantaras, Kunjaras, Nityaras, and Maharasa. Vasantarasa is played on the full moon night of Chaitra in the months of March and April. Lord Krishna is the soul of the entire theme of the Rasa Leelas. Krishna goes to the appointed grove or the kunja to meet his divine sport and the gopis. The gopis, led by Radha, respond to the sound of Sri Krishna's flute and meet him. They dance together, representing the Sambhoga of Sringara Rasa. This devotional performing arts of Manipur was conceived during the reign of Rajarshi Bhagyachandra, who reigned during the period from 1763 to 1798 AD. The story goes that the Lord himself appeared in one of the dreams of Rajarshi Bhagyachandra and revealed the dance sequences and the costume of the Manipuri Rasa Leela, presenting the last item, Vasanta Rasa.
बसंत की पूर्णिमा ओ 宁提了我心不啦。Sri Krishna Sri Krishna Sweet Krishna, chura kill, oi, wrong the chief churani 上为啥见你？上为啥见你？淋着雨空堂你淋了泪，不让一干。chất liệu yêu tôi chú ơi tiếng hủy lòng hồn chờ riêng tiêu cũng ôi vì mà hao lời tiếng sao vui sao chơi linh chơi không khăn linh ra thiết ca nhìn không chơi sweet Krishna không chơi cô bên đó sagiri chơi chơi sweet Krishna không chơi cô bên đó sagiri chơi sweet Krishna không chơi Lakpishi aigi jana thoirabi brajagopi punama yen Sri Vrindavan kayada ninthijariba lei shukhibitna leika phanna shaki inglava malayana shina tapna shri Basantagi Purnimanasu Hina Nintijaraba Himashira Aikoi Mayam Luinadina Rasha Shanashi Pungna Ningla Tunsi Ibungo Nanaye Koina Pam Javashu Madutani जब सारी से सती सखी सिंगलुना जब सारी से सती सखी सिंगलुना जब सारी से सती सखी सिंगलुना सिंदर चले सिंदर चले जाने ये सारे जब कोई ठीक नहीं ताज शक सती ताज ताज Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare
That was Vasanta Rasa. Day after tomorrow, we will be presenting Abhimanyu, the dance which was composed by Guru Maharaj in America. Ladies and gentlemen, please be with us day after tomorrow again for the cultural program. We hope you have enjoyed the show. Thank you so much.
Dear all delegates, here is an announcement. Since some of them are went for Vedic Vizna, I am repeating the announcement for transportation of the delegates to reach respective guest houses. Okay, our IIT buses will be available near to the food court. There will be 3 buses, one bus for Triple M, one bus for BR Ambedkar male, female, one bus for VGH